Test. Hello. Apologies for the delay. Massive delay. I think anyone who's paying attention, which I'm pretty sure is no one, will see that I set an actual schedule today. I streamed last week randomly. Basically just picked days that felt good, first of the year, and then a Friday. That's not going to be the system anymore. No. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I think I just did the same gesture 3 times, but we're doing that. We're going 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I would like to start at 11ish every day, but can't guarantee that, especially because I've got a partner and pets that very much need me in the mornings. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I set the schedule on Twitch as being 12, which gives me about an hour or so after doing breakfast and stuff to plan the stream, actually set stuff up. And even today, I'm like 18 minutes late. So we'll get better. We'll move it slowly up. And maybe even be able to start the stream at 11 someday. That's insane. I don't even know if anyone would even watch at that time though, because I've streamed twice before, and both times I got my first actual person in chat right at the end of the stream. So I think it was like 2:00 both times, even though I'd been streaming for hours beforehand. So it could just be the case that this kind of content, software engineering, that nobody wants to watch that at 10:00, 11:00. It might be the kind of thing that people really only tune in around lunchtime, maybe after. But yeah. Welcome anyway. This is LocalBoast. There's my little banner. And just a catch up of what LocalBoast is. That's me. I'm a software engineer, specifically web development, specifically React. And I am not recording this. I'm meant to do that. Oh no, I am recording. Cool. Yeah, I want to say like 6 months ago, quit my job after working full time as a React front end engineer for about 5 years, because I, various reasons, but mainly wanted to work on my own stuff. Wanted to build cool React libraries and finally have my own personal website, because despite being a web developer for several years, I had nothing publicly visible on the internet that shows what I can do. I didn't even have the bare bones of a personal website. So that's partly what I'm working towards here, is a React library with cool, dumb user interactions, and then a website that showcases it. And it's all open source. Anyone can use it for free. Hopefully, intending on it being like a very, very user-friendly interaction, both from the end user and the developer who's using it. So that's partly my desire here, is just kind of documenting my process as I'm going through it. But now, since it's the start of the stream, I'm going to start a new thing where, because I basically, bit of context, LocalBoast, I've got so many little ideas for it. I've got a few big ideas and a bunch of little ideas, like dumb little quirky little interactions, little React hooks we can put into the library. And I've just got like a list of them on my phone. And I do want to keep the stream interesting, not always just like chipping away at one big project or even medium projects. I want to throw in some little bits here and there. So what I want to try to start now, as of today, is do a little brainstorming. Do a little brainstorming on what we'll even work on today. So allow me to escort you over to here. See, will my mic even reach over this far? So our plan for today is going to start as every good plan ever has. I'm going to write the word plan. So few things we can work on today. We've previously done playing around with dark light mode. You can see why I've chosen a profession that revolves around typing. Handwriting is not my strong suit. So that's something that we can recap. It's what I've been working on the last few days, is a snazzy way of transitioning between light mode and dark mode. It's kind of coming along, but it might also be completely throw it out. There's nothing there. We'll see. There's also the Etch-a-Sketch. Etch-a-Sketch. And I'll recap where we are with that in a little bit. We'll probably work on that. Basically, where we're at is I've got fancy border to the Etch-a-Sketch panel. I've got the core functionality working more or less. So like the bot is able to authenticate. It's able to read a Twitch chat. And I've got some basic logic in there to put an SVG in the main Etch-a-Sketch panel and actually translate those messages into movements on the Etch-a-Sketch thing. But it doesn't look very nice. It doesn't handle very well right now. So that's kind of the current big thing I want to work towards. So we'll probably look to that at some point today. There's also, the last time I streamed, a viewer sent me a thing that was to do with, it was like an entirely text-based or even email-based Dungeons and Dragons-esque, well, I guess just like a generic role-playing campaign. I haven't looked very closely at that. But I'm thinking maybe at some point, if we're in need of a break, I can have a look, see if it stirs up any ideas of something that could be incorporated into LocalBoast as some sort of, I don't know, generic scripting system. It could just be completely out of the realm of what I want to work on, but it's something to dabble with, something we can maybe get some ideas if there's anyone in chat. So let's see, user, not user. What am I doing? Viewer, email, game. And as is hopefully going to become a tradition, when we're in need of a break, we can do a little Pokedoku, which, if anyone's unaware of what Pokedoku is, that is like a daily Sudoku challenge-esque that revolves around thinking of Pokemon. We'll get there. We'll get there. So yeah, just seeing, is there anyone actually in chat? I don't think there is. I don't think there's anyone watching. So for the time being, the question is, what do I, Connor, want to work on? So I might just, for the sake of talking through it, the sake of recapping it in my mind, I might sort of recap where we're at, both with the Etch-a-Sketch thing and the dark light mode toggle. So get that over there, get myself set up. Got to get that ASMR in there. Okay. Switch you over there. Okay. So open you up. So I'll open my website as it stands now. It's beautiful, isn't it? So the thing that I've been doing with this, the reason that a web developer has been working on this website for so long, and it's still this, it's quite simple. We can all build websites. oh, you can point to an index file and it's got some links up the top, and those links, one of the pages has your blog on it. Whoa, that's amazing. Anyone can do that. Anyone can do that. I'm looking for these cool little interactions, these weird little quirky things that I can put in my website. And honestly, I want those quirky little dumb interactions to define the website. So I don't want to just build a thing. I don't just want to build a basic ass website and then tack some cool stuff onto it. I'm building it from the ground up out of cool stuff. For instance, I'll take you back. So for instance, okay, it looks like I've put a logo, a dark light mode toggle, and just some basic filler content in there, huh? Well, that logo is the first time I've ever played with animating SVGs. So it's like my little logo that's a keyboard key that actually presses when you hover over it and glows. Really cool. Don't think it's extendable at all to be able to put it into the LocalBoast library, but still, a dumb, cool, pointless interaction. One of the first things I built here. Next up, dark light mode toggle. Yeah, so many websites have it. It's not really something that you would think of putting in as one of the first things you do, but for me, yeah, every website has it. I want it, but I want to make it better. Because, ooh, what was that? So this is where we're at with it. It does not look good. It does not look good. Let's just be clear about that. But what it does look is interesting. It looks more interesting. And hopefully, maybe, if we're crazy enough, it can eventually look good. What I'm going for here, I don't know if it's clear. It's probably not clear at all because it is doing some stuff that it's not supposed to. When you toggle projects to light and dark mode, I couldn't find one that had this before. I was just trying to find any website that had a dark light mode toggle. GitHub, I feel like GitHub does somewhere, but it might be buried in the settings. You know what, Mantine color scheme. Color schemes. Okay, so here's one. Mantine. This is the UI library that I'm using, that I'm trying not to use as much functionality from it as possible. I'm trying to use it as just a means of quickly getting some UI components out there. And it's definitely not a dependency of the LocalBoast library, because I don't want to have any dependencies. But Mantine, which I'm basing a lot of, well, wouldn't say I'm basing stuff off, but I'm very familiar with it and I'm taking some inspiration from it. It's got a dark light mode thing using their own theme library, or the theme part of their library, which is real handy. But even theirs has no animation to it, because I think they admit somewhere in their code that it can kind of mess with the animations of the individual components if they're like individually transitioning at different times. So even on theirs, it's just like a straight up black, white. And let's see, can I disable this guy? If I just get rid of my my smooth transition thing. Yeah. So if you do allow transitions to happen, ooh, it fades from black to white. That's cool. I think it's better. It's definitely better than just flicking black and white, because especially if you're changing color scheme, if you're switching from dark mode to light mode, you're probably a little sensitive to light anyway, or it's on your mind at least. So I hate the idea that it just flashes one to the other. So between the two, I definitely prefer having a little fade. But if you're gonna have a fade, why stop there? I don't think I've ever seen a website do anything other than just a direct flash or a fade from one to the other. What I want to do is some sort of visual transition. By transition, I mean like a slide, like a ripple, some sort of zoom. Does that make sense? You know, if I go zoom, am I being clear? I want to be able to click the dark mode button and have it not just be the entire page at once transitions, but that there's like an epicenter or some sort of mask that transitions between the two with like a stark line, but that the line moves across the page such that, to go back to what I've got here, if I enable my thing again, and again, I'm aware it does not look good. It's doing stuff that I don't want it to eventually do. But the core idea, I think, is here, that when you click the toggle, a little animation starts and it transitions between the two, that there's a line moving across the page, revealing the dark mode lying underneath. That's where I want to be. The way that I've gotten to it right now is real shitty. I really hope that I think of a way around this. What I'm doing is basically just a clipping. I'm overlaying a filter. I'm overlaying a div over the entire page that's got a filter applied to it, and that filter allows me to invert all colors underneath it. And that's what that thing being revealed is basically there's just a div overlaying everything that's being masked into the shape of a circle that is growing. And that mask is gradually revealing this layer that inverts all colors underneath it. And then once it gets big enough, that masked layer fades out, and then the actual dark mode switch happens. And in theory, it would gradually, there'd be a smooth transition between the two, where I'm like faking the dark mode by inverting light mode and then fading into the real dark mode and vice versa. But it's not really working very well for two reasons, two core reasons here. Light and dark mode are not simply inverses of the other. The black background, or the dark background and the light background, you can't just, in 100% of the time at least, get one by inverting the other. And even in my particular case here, I haven't tried too hard to override these colors, but basically I've got, like I said, I've got Mantine's color scheme system in place and a Mantine provider up the top. And what that's doing is it's changing the body background color from this, which I don't know how well it's coming through on stream. It's not black. It's kind of like a dark gray, almost like maybe a bit browny, but like it's definitely not black. But in light mode, that is pure white. So here's a case where inverting this, when I put the mask across and invert the light mode, what it's revealing is black, pure black, because the inverse of hex code FFF is 000. But that's not the dark mode background, which is why when the mask goes, it's black and then fades into a slightly lighter shade. So that's problem number one with the invert, is that it's not the accurate background color. Problem two is, well, the problem two that I don't know how to work around. There are a bunch of other problems, such as the animations not timing up. So like by the time the mask is fading out, the background color hasn't transitioned properly. We can in theory work around that. But problem two that I don't know how to work around is the fact that inverting the colors, it doesn't just invert the light mode and dark modeness of it. It inverts everything. So that's why my logo that has the blue accents and the yellow body, when the invert thing goes across it, it gets a blue body and like an orange accent. And my graphic designer girlfriend is very mad every time she sees that. She gets furious at the idea that I've tried to invert my logo. And we just don't want that, especially when it fades out and reveals the same logo that's not inverted. So yeah, that's where we're at with this. Basically, I worked most of the day yesterday just getting this sort of proof of concept, that the idea that we could move a mask across the page to reveal two different color schemes at the same time with a moving window. But like I say, it's just a proof of concept. And I don't exactly know where to go with it from here. Because I think it would be really cool as like one of the interactions that if that toggle is very front and center, I think a lot of people are likely to touch it. I think it's very easy to make content out of in terms of making a YouTube video of like, I made dark mode toggles better. I don't know, I'd probably click that. And it's the kind of thing that I think would be very transferable, very useful in the LocalBoast library. The problem is making it actually work. So the actual original idea I had with it, I'll switch over to code, although I don't actually know if I have any of the code, any of the original stuff there. The dark mode animation. Yeah, I think I might have, oh no, here it is, 2 from colors. So yeah, before I even discovered that this idea of a filter that can invert colors, before I even knew that existed, I was thinking I was going to just have an overlay that itself was had a fill color and a background color, basically. And this way it wouldn't change the image underneath it, but it would, it would sort of move across the screen almost like a full wipe, as in black fills the screen and then it crops itself to reveal the image lying underneath it. That one would work less jankily because then we can actually, pull in the light colors and the dark colors. And that way, when we click this, instead of just inverting the colors behind it, that wipe would actually be using the correct colors from the library and it wouldn't fuck with the logos that's there or anything. But I think it might be a lot of effort to get that in there if it still wouldn't look that great. Because if we're just moving a fully opaque image across the screen, even if there's some cool cutout SVG, I don't know how visually good that would be. Just to click a dark mode toggle and then over the course of half a second, the full screen is obstructed by some random shape. I honestly think the ugliness of this inverted mask might even be better. Something else to consider with what I've done here is that, so one of the big problems, as I mentioned, is the logo being inverted and just generally things that we don't want inverted being inverted. So something I could do is to play around with Z indexes. So right now, when this happens, the mask that goes across the screen is, it's at the top. It's at the topmost part. I've put it in the page with a portal. So it's like the last thing on the DOM. It's absolutely positioned. So in theory, it should be the topmost piece. But what we could do, so here's another thing, is that we will have to do a lot of ad hoc classes and like make sure that every element on the page gets, well, not every element, but everything on the page that we want responsive to the dark mode, light mode thing has some sort of custom styling, custom class name in order to delay its transition and animate the way we want it to. For instance, if you look at this text is being transitioned through Mantine's color scheme system. So when I click this, you can see the text instantly change to black. Even though the background color, I've set a delay on it, so it doesn't transition until we want it to. The text here, as soon as I click this button, it's going to turn white. So I'm going to click it. It turned white before the wipe actually happened. So to get rid of that, basically every element on the page that can transition, I'm going to have to provide some way to override it. Probably with like providing a handy class name to access through some custom hook. But as part of that, I could tap into that and have a class name for things that we don't want to be inverted, such as like, I think it's fine for the text to be inverted because, when the wipe's going across, it's just flipping from white to black or black to white. But say with the logo, we never want that to be affected by the color scheme at all. So we could give that a little class name or stick the reference to it into some sort of array. And then at the point of toggling the dark mode, light mode, do some shady thing where we like say any element on this page that we don't want to be affected by the transition, temporarily give it a massive Z index. And then once the transition's done, put it back because we don't want to be permanently fucking with their Z indexes. That's something that I might look into because yeah, like so I might just sort of mull it over in my mind a bit about having that like fully opaque mask, but I feel like it's not going to be a goer, and we might have to sort of stick with this whole mask system and make the invert less ugly. And now that I've actually talked it out, I think I kind of like that. Kind of like that system. The idea of temporarily giving these a high Z index. I think while this transition's going across, if there were some things that weren't affected by it at all, that would be really sexy. Just like a sharp logo and the sharp toggle appearing above this blurred layer. I kind of like it. Okay, so that's what I was working on yesterday. And to further recap what I was working on the previous day, so it'll be, where am I? A little hard to get to because, as I mentioned, I haven't actually put any page navigation in there yet. So we're going to have to go to the root directly, but Twitch. So this is what I got going the last day. I did a good bit of this off stream, but what I got previously was having the elements of the Etch-a-Sketch border responsive to the screen size and a little bit of the actual core rendering of the text, not the text, of the SVG from the messages into the Etch-a-Sketch panel. Off stream, I did some nice stuff like putting buttons in place of the little knobs and a little bit of branding, a nice embossed chat sketch and my logo down there, just in case anyone actually does end up using this. Want to get my name out there. And so for people watching, I tried to make this as nice and responsive as possible. So, you know, the window, as it shrinks, so too does the actual chat sketch panel. And I'm really happy with how that looks. Because basically what's happening here is there's like an asset for the top left corner, an asset for the top right corner. And you can actually see, I should make these not user selectable because they can be dragged around. But I don't actually hate it because it reveals how I've done it. And that's kind of fun. But yeah, this middle asset, you can see it's like stretching all the way across. And basically what that is like, it's whatever, like 50 pixel tall image, and it's only like 10 pixels wide. And then no matter what width we need it to render, it'll just shrink and stretch all the way across so as to not have like a weird seam as it transitions onto the left or onto the right. And just the one downside to that is you do end up with kind of like a smearing texture to it. But even, I don't know if you'll be able to see that on stream, that it's kind of like lines across going there, purely because, yeah, it's like 10 pixel image that's getting stretched to 1,000. But with that in mind, I really don't think it looks bad. I think it's really nice how that came out. But what actually is this panel? I haven't actually tested the actual game of it in a while. I'll switch overlay so as to not obscure this. There we go. So the idea is, I'll even go back a step. We authenticate. We give Twitch permission to run a bot, run a bot with our credentials. So this is actually, I'm logged in with a different account, which is interesting. So first time you open this, it basically asks, do I want to let this LocalBoast chatbot access your account? And all it's doing is view live stream messages. Authorize. So we go back here, and now we're logged in with authentication from the Twitch bot. And it's asking what channel I want to watch. I don't want to watch Connor Kelleher because that's my other account. But if I say I want to listen to LocalBoast 1 and click start. Okay, we don't really have any confirmation message in there, but I believe that's working. I believe we're in here. And so I'm going to test it. Basically, if I go over to my Twitch chat now, where is that? If I go over to Twitch chat and type right. Okay. Okay. So what's happening here is that I have left dark mode on. And so we can't actually see the line. I haven't given the thing a full background. So I'll do that again. There it is. Now it has a light background. Cool. And we'll actually be able to see the lines we're drawing. So, right, down, right, cool. So it's actually kind of working. Right, down. Oh, I messed that up. Down, right. Hey, and it can do a diagonal as well. So that's what I got going the previous day. As I mentioned, it's got a lot of ways to go. Even just down to the look of this line. Can let me zoom in the page? Even just the line thickness is inconsistent. I don't know why. I really don't know much about SVGs. I think it might be the way I'm stretching it. But basically, I think like I'm stretching the SVG to fill the container, and that's stretching the path that I'm defining within it. That might be what's happening. But yeah, so there's that. There's the fact that diagonals, I'm not like clamping them to a particular length. So basically, you know, if you go down, you're going down a certain amount. If you go right, you're going right a certain amount. And then if you go down right, you're going down that amount and right that amount, which means that the line ends up actually longer than it should be. And then there's just the general issues that we've seen here, such as that it doesn't have a solid background. So if you're in dark mode, it breaks it. I need to make the buttons look nicer. I want to play around with using like a hook from my library that's called, I think, use move. I haven't used it for anything, but I think that's a way that we'll be able to specify a start position, because right now it's always starting up at the top left corner. And I think it'd be cool to be able to say, this stream, I want to be able to start over here and then let messages go from there. I also need to add the like multiplier as an interactable thing. Basically, right now, I think I've set it that each message will indent it by like 10 pixels, because if I'm only indenting it by 1 pixel each time, it's going to take a year to draw even the word hello, you know, let alone the Mona Lisa. But similarly, I want, you know, if hypothetically some massive streamer were to use this and they were getting thousands and thousands of messages, it would look horrendous, I think. It would go all over the place and be unreadable. So we want to give them the option to scale back the magnifier, the multiplier, sorry. When to say magnitude or multiplier instead magnifier. But yeah, we want to be able to scale that back such that each message only affects it by like 1/10 of a pixel. And that way it moves a lot slower. And then there has to just be, I probably just want some visual things like saying, you are now monitoring this chat. You're logged in as this account. Could have that somewhere. But that's less essential because like you can change that just by clicking the back button. I do also want to make those little knobs. Basically, I've got them as like separate assets down here, and I could have it, but like what I'm intending is that they'll be able to rotate as the commands are coming in. So not only will we see the line draw, but we'll see the knobs rotating as it's happening. Need to figure out a way to make that happen because they're not necessarily happening at the same point in the DOM, or as in those components are rendering at a different point in the DOM from the actual play step. So I need to figure out how to get them to communicate. But yeah, I think ultimately very happy with this. I think this is like the most cool shippable thing that I've built so far. And I need to make the website navigatable to get to here. and some nice way to like either just render this in the browser as normal or render it like this, where it's a full page app, such that people could open it in like OBS as an overlay browser. Yeah, so that's where we're at with that. So this is only my third stream so far, and I think for the most part I'm getting a lot of practice with talking naturally, but that's partly in the fact that I have not done that much actual development on stream, because I find a lot of the time I'm explaining and re-explaining and catching up on where we are. I don't hate it, but I do find that I talk for like half an hour and only just recap the previous time we talked for half an hour. But yeah, I think apologies. I think ready to actually get some development going. And so as part of that, I am getting some music going. That should be coming through now. Okay. I didn't really monitor the levels before I started, so hopefully this isn't like way too loud. If anyone's in stream and the music's coming in like way louder than my voice, let me know. Otherwise, I'll assume that what I'm hearing is what you're hearing, and we're all happy. Cool. So I think for now, I'm just going to play around with the Etch-a-Sketch, because that's currently on my mind, and I'm more aware of what I actually want to achieve with it, other than as opposed to the light mode, dark mode thing, where I just really need to brainstorm it, figure out what the hell to do with it. Yeah. So I'll get the code for this going. What did I do over here? I think I just put that import in there because I was testing out. Oh yeah, that's an actual other project that I was looking at the other day, is switching LocalBoast over to a mono repo. I think that's something that I'd have to do off stream, because I think that would be a lot of reading Medium articles and running things and updating dependencies, and it would be an awful process. I don't think anyone wants to watch that. But what I'd be hoping to achieve from that is that currently, if you want to install any part of LocalBoast, you have to just run yarn install or yarn add npm install localboast, and you get the whole thing. But if you only want one part of it, you know, if you really want the truncate component I've got, or you want this Etch-a-Sketch piece, if you wanted that, you'd have to just go to the root project, be like, oh, okay, it's got a load of stuff in here. I guess install this whole thing, you know, load up your dependencies a bit, and you don't need all that. So what I want is to be able to have a top level thing where you can install LocalBoast and get everything, but you could also install LocalBoast / truncate and just get the truncate piece, that kind of thing. I've only seen that in a couple other places. I think like Lodash is one where you can either install all of Lodash at once, or you can, or actually no, what is it? You install all of Lodash at once, but you can import specific pieces, and that really helps efficiency at like building and bundling your dependencies. So that's something I'm going to look at off stream, I think. Should be really interesting, because I've always kind of wondered how people did that. Seems I've lost a viewer since not showing code anymore. People want to see code more than they want to see me, apparently. Okay, I think this is fine. We don't need to see too much of the Etch-a-Sketch thing. We want to see some of my face. Okay, so let's think about what we actually need here. for the core Etch-a-Sketch piece, let's look at rotation, at handling these little knobs. So we could, I think for that, we're going to need a top level state. That makes sense, right? If we have a top level state setting the knob rotation, that gets passed down to the knobs, and then the play step is able to pass up when a knob needs to be rotated. I think that makes sense. It might be a bit awkward at the point of deciding when to call the rotate function. Although, could do it kind of weirdly and just set it based on... Okay. I think I've thought of a refactor. So, if I close all these chat sketch, play step. An issue I was hitting the last day I was working on this was I was pondering a refactor because of this buggy thing I've got here. Where the way I've currently got it is that at the point of rendering an SVG that represents the panel, that represents the game, and we achieve the game rendering by just having an SVG with a path, and we extend the path D attribute by basically just extending the string with an additional line corresponding to the coordinates we've gotten from the messages. As in, people write into chat, we parse that at the point of rendering, parse that into the full path. And the problem with that we were finding at the time was that if the multiplier here changes during game, it would retroactively change all the previous lines because it's being used at the point of rendering, and it would re-evaluate the entire list. And that will also cause further complications if we're trying to call like a rotate function at the point of a new message coming in. Because, I don't know, we'd have to be like, oh, the path has changed, therefore set rotation to a thing that makes sense based on all previous messages, which feels like a real anti-pattern to be provided a prop and then set top level state based on that prop we're getting. So where I think we want to go with this is to have more of an event-based system where we notice... Actually, we've kind of got that in there, don't we? Ooh. Might need even more of a refactor than I thought. So use Twitch chat. Oh, I've moved that into the LocalBoast library. Use Twitch chat. And that's coming from use Twitch chatbot messages. So this is providing a callback here that when a new message comes in, do this. So I could add an optional callback when a new message comes in here. It's probably a way to do it. Yeah, I think I was considering just getting rid of this system entirely of persisting the strings, but I think it's good to have that option there in the API and a way to clear it, but to then also give like a callback based approach where we say, call this every time a new message comes in. So if we tap into that instead of the chats array, then we can work out the lines when the message comes in and pass that down, and also work out the rotation when a message comes in. I think we are going to have to do that. Okay, so first things first, this hook is going to need a new callback. on message. And I'm going to give it... Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be nice. I'm going to give it... Sorry, I'm just getting confused in my head. On message is a function that we're going to call... Yeah, so new message contains a string, and I'm going to give all messages as being a string array. And I'll make this optional. So now, so down here, now when we get a new message, I'm going to set chats. And when I'm creating the new list of all messages, new messages equals this. So I'm going to return that to keep existing functionality. But I'm also going to call if on message old chats what is new chats? Why is there multiple? Okay, so it's just the API allows for multiple. I guess it batches messages, so that's fine. We can call it like that. New chats. All. New. All messages. Naming is real hard. I don't like mixing the term messages and chats. All chats. On message. We're getting that from props. Messages. String. Why? Oh, this needs to return void. Okay. So it's not happy here. Cannot find name new messages. Right? So that goes there, and this needs the dependency of on message as well. Actually, I won't do that because on message you might assume can be an arrow function, an inline thing. In fact, that's probably how I'm going to use it. So I won't assume that anyone else would be smarter than that. Although I should probably assume that most people are smarter than me. So up here, I'm going to make a ref to it. On message ref equals use updating ref message. And so what I'm doing here is by basically, instead of using the direct value of on message, I'm using a ref to it. And that's all use updating ref is doing, is just this little helper that I've got that it just creates a use ref and updates that ref to make sure that it's always got an up-to-date value for it. The benefit of that being that whenever this callback runs, we will have the most up-to-date value for what's passed in for on message, but we don't need to add it to the dependencies array, because basically if we were using the direct on message value, if we omitted it from the dependencies array, then this function would be using a stale value. And if we added it to the dependencies array, then this function would reevaluate every time on message changed, which might be every render. if you're passing in an arrow function. The difficulty there being that it would nullify the point of using use callback, so it would make join channel change every render, which would mean that if we're providing that through the API, that people who assume that this is a fixed reference will be assuming wrong, and it might break memoization down the line. So that's why I'm wrapping it in a ref and calling it via a ref, because we don't actually want it, the fact that it's changed, to cause any of this to reevaluate. We just want it to be that whenever this function runs, it's using the most up-to-date value for it. So I think that makes sense for him. And then just use Twitch chat. He's just going to pass through the same thing. Use Twitch chat messages. Where am I exporting this type at all anywhere? So I'm giving it these values. So if I just give it on message, and we're going to get on message from our options. So it's going to be merged options dot default options. It's going to be use Twitch chatbot auth options. That's fine because we don't want a default value for it. And so the actual type is coming in here. So we'll say, we'll just give this the on message type. And actually I'll import that from in here. I'll export this type so we don't have to redefine it. Type on message. This line. So it's an optional on message type. Just that. I'm going to export this so that use Twitch chat can access it. On message is an optional on message type, and import that over there. Okay. Doesn't like merged options. Merged options does not exist. It's right there. What are you talking about? Oh, right. Fuck. On message is merged options dot on message. Cool. Okay. So that should have extended the library to be able to handle those callbacks. Oh no. Have I been streaming DMCA music? I might have been. That's really annoying. Basically, I had a stream set or a playlist set on YouTube Music with free to use music from Stream Beats, and it ran out and started playing other stuff that I don't think it should have been playing. So let's hope nothing goes wrong with that. Stream Beats. Just gonna go nice and safe. Shuffle some Stream Beats. We're good. And get my levels right. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna rebuild the library. I think that's how I do this. Yarn build. that's updated over here. Okay, hopefully we're good. So that's updated the website's code with the new dependency, because I've got a local dependency set up where I've got the LocalBoast library and I've got the website as two separate repos. I've got the website depending on the LocalBoast library, but I've set it up to depend with a local dependency, I hope. So that's how building the library locally, I was able to update the website locally. So what was the point of all of that? That was to allow here where we're calling use Twitch chat. Now I'm going to pass in on message, and it doesn't like that. It does not like this. It does not think that use Twitch chat has an on message function. Is this just being wrong? If I reinstall dependencies over here, does that update this? No. Why the hell? Okay, we're doing the most fun thing ever, and we're node module diving. LocalBoast dist books use Twitch chat. The build not work? Should have. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of confused. This setup is pretty new. The idea of the local dependencies and whatnot. So I don't know why it wouldn't be working. I'm just gonna see, is it like VS Code doing some weird caching? Okay, so it's symlinked because there isn't a physical copy of the LocalBoast library. Dist. Use Twitch chat does not have. Oh, what? I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. We don't get an on message function. We give an on message function. On message. Okay, so it all worked fine. It all worked fine. Okay. Handle new messages. Const handle new messages equals use callback. So at this point, I'm probably going to have to steal the logic that I took from the play step, or that I put into the play step. Here, where I'm translating from a message into instructions. I'm going to move this up to the top level. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. And that saves the issue with the multiplier changing mid-run. So I'm going to stick these up here. And I suppose I can keep this logic in the play step. Let him work out how to actually render it. And just, instead of giving it chats and a multiplier, I'll give it... What will I give it? Coordinates? Yeah. Line chords. Chords was defined up here, I think. Export type chords. So import him from up there. And we're going to get an array of them. So here, we no longer need to do this stuff. We're just gonna say, is it pixel coordinates? Chords? What did I call it? Line chords. God, I wish I had horizontal scroll on my mouse. It would make me so happy. Chords.map. So chords. So we've already got the coordinates here, so we don't need to call this function. Current chords is chords. Do I need that? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. As we have a new value in, so we update current chords and return that line. Cool. So now we just need to change the dependency here to line chords, and then pass in these from up here. Const line chords. Equals. This is going to be a state, I guess. Yeah. Line chords. Set line chords. Equals use state of type chords. Array. It's empty for now. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. And clear chats. When clear is called, as well as calling clear chats, I'm going to need to call set line chords. Set line chords. Okay. Music's a bit intense, isn't it? I'll turn that down. Okay, so we've got our line coordinates clearing on clear click. Now we just need to update them, actually set those chords here. Start chords, we need that as well. Start chords, set start chords. Equals use state. This time it's actually just going to be a single chords instance. Make it null. Be all explicit like. Actually, we won't set it to null. We will set it here. This makes sense. So that's the start location. And for now, once we add the logic to change the start location, I'll have to update this. Figure that out down the line. Because currently it wouldn't make sense to be able to change the start location if the game is already live. Because currently, if you're in the play step, you're in it. So maybe I'll have to add another step for the where you've joined the chat, but it's not intercepting messages. At which point we'd be able to actually move where the line is. We don't have that step yet. We can add that down the line. So we want to just initialize this with the starting coordinates. That's fine. And so every time new messages come in, and this is going to be a string array. New messages dot for each new message. So I'm going to set line chords. Is that the logic? Get new coordinate from message. Right. So this is currently assuming that every message will be a new coordinate. We don't want that. So I think what I'm just going to do is let has moved equals false. And for any of these, if any of these is true, we're going to say has moved is true. And then down here, we'll say if return has moved, go to the new chords, otherwise return null. So this function's type signature is now changed to either return new coordinates or return null. So we're going to say const new chords equals get new coordinate from message, new message. Why does it not like that? Expect 3 arguments. Christ. So we need multiplier and the current chords. Okay. Forgot about that. Screw it. Set line chords. It's a bit of an inefficiency because we're getting a reference to the old array by just calling the set state function. And the inefficiency is that if messages come in that don't or that what am I saying? That don't include a movement message, it will cause a re-render because it'll be setting the state back to what it already was. I think it's fine. We can look at optimizing it down the line, but we'll see if it's like really inefficient. Set line chords. Old chords. So we'll give this in here, old chords and multiplier. Why does it not like that? Where was the multiplier set? Did I just pass that in as a prop down here, didn't it? I think that's what I did. Yep. Line chords. Line chords. Cool. So he's happy. Now we need a multiplier state. const. It's coming along. It's fun, like fixing one thing necessitates fixing a bunch of other things, so we end up actually building up the app we want by means of having all these state values in there that we just now need to add a UI for actually interacting with them. That's a bit of fun. Set multiplier equals use state 10. Okay, so that's now got our multiplier. Why does it not like old chords? Because I need to return something, okay? Why does this not like old chords? Chords array is not... Oh, old chords is supposed to be just the most recent one. That makes sense. So how do I want to go about that? Yeah, I think obvious answer is the right answer. Oh God, old chords. Sorry, I groan when that happens. When I mistype a single key and it just sticks a bunch of shit in there that I don't want. Length -1 to get the last thing on the list. That makes sense. Why does it not like start chords? Okay, this doesn't have to be null because I'm giving it a start value anyway. Cool. And we are not returning anything still. So down here we get new chords. We have to see if new chords so I'm setting it to the original value so that if we have to return without any change, that it doesn't see the array is updating, because that will break the memoization down the line. Updated chords, old chords, just completely lost my thread of thought. My thread of thought, partly because I realized I was off center in camera. I could go up a bit as well, right? Okay. So we've got this guy, which is the old instance. So if we're extending this, we need to clear out that instance. Which, yeah, that works. The easy way to do that. Okay. So if we have new chords, then updated chords is updated chords, new chords. There we go. So we get that for free. Is that if we have a thing to add in, we tack it on, and at that point we are creating a new array instance, so we don't need to worry about mutation, and it gives us the optimization that we're not returning a duplicate of itself, like a shallow clone that hasn't actually been extended, that we're only creating the shallow clone at the point of needing to extend it. So that worked out pretty nicely. So return updated chords. And just to get rid of these warnings, I'll put those setters back in when we actually need them. But for now, we're not able to change the start coordinates or the multiplier, so that's fine. So I think this just works. Basically, we've gotten to the point that it functions the exact same as it did an hour ago. But now we can actually extend it when we need to. Okay, so we're in. Just need to make sure that these chats actually keep going. Oh, I thought we had a chat. It's just a coffee stream bot. Nice to see that that's actually working. So people can actually see a link to... Oh, that's handy. But yeah, if someone clicks... Oh my god, I hate Firefox sometimes, sorry. But if someone clicks that link in chat... That makes sense. I'm dragging from one PC to another. That was never going to work. Where am I? Here we go. Yeah, if someone clicks this link in chat here, hey, it takes me to my coffee page. Not sure how to pronounce it, but nice to know that that works. That's just a black screen, isn't it? Why is that a black screen? Main screen. Ah, there we go. Okay, click the link in chat, goes to this coffee page. Maybe someday someone will subscribe. Who knows? There I am. Okay, so now to actually test that the bot is still working. Right. Down. And I wonder if I update the multiplier. I don't think I'll be able to update it. Just for the means of testing, I won't be able to update it until I add like a toggle. But I think it's fine. I think it works that I'm only actually creating the lines when they come in, when the messages come in. And so the most up-to-date value for the multiplier will be used. That works. So now we can handle rotations. And well, I'm just going to cache some changes for now. Initial dark mode anim plus refactor etch lines. Play step unsaved. What did I do in here? Oh, right. Right. Just getting line chords from here. So is this build just broken? Why? That shouldn't have even worked. Because I've got errors here. I don't know. So this is line chords 0. Props.line chords 0. So we're going there. I'm just going to skip over the 0 index. Is there a nicer way of doing that? Probably. Or instead of doing this ML stuff, I can just do this. So I'll map over line chords. If the index is 0, do an M. Otherwise, do an L. I think that makes sense. It's just weird that this can be a let of type chords but not have a value. Oh well. Cool. So here we're either going to do an L or an M. If it's index 0, then it's of type, what am I doing? Then we're returning an M, otherwise we're returning an L. And that way it'll go all the way through. So index 0, it'll be our first coordinate. Come in, index is 0, move to position. Every other time we'll loop through. Current chords will set to the next value, and it'll be an L. So that should work. Save. See if this actually rebuilds. hopefully. Test it again. Down, 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 right. Seems to be working. Okay. Cool. So I'll commit that. Trust that that's all working. Now, look at what I was actually going to do of getting the little knobs to rotate. So I've got the knob component. So I guess this can just be given a rotation prop. Rotation, I'll make it optional. Is a number. I'm not sure in TypeScript if you can clamp numbers to be like, this is a number but can only be an integer between these numbers. I don't think I even want to mess with that. I'll just let people throw any old number at the API and it'll get passed on. And if it breaks, it's their fault. That's my philosophy. It's rotation. So what is the one we actually want to be rotatable? So I think it's this outer image. So just give it an inline style. And to be transform. Rotate. Props.rotation. I'm going to make it degrees because I don't understand radians. Why did I do it like that? I was holding the wrong key. Ignore that. Okay. Not outside of the string. There we go. Transform is rotate, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to not include that if props.rotation doesn't exist. Otherwise, undefined. Screw it. Okay, so each of these knobs should be set up for that. I will give it a transition. That'd be nice. So styles.knob. I'm gonna make the first image in there. Image first child. First of type. I think that makes sense. Transition, transform. I'll make it pretty quick. 0.2 seconds ease. And just for means of testing, let's see if that transition actually works. There's no point setting up all the coding and putting our expectations on it if I haven't even done the basics of it right. So that transition is targeting that image. Transform. Rotate 90 deg. Oh. Row 8. Is that not how you spell that? Rotate 90 deg. And so if I flick this on and off, can we actually see anything? Oh, very slightly. It's very subtle. And I am completely obscuring that, haven't I? Switch to a different overlay. There we go. So I don't know if it'll come across on stream at all. There. You can kind of see the shadow of it moving. Okay. So I might play around with just making that a bit more visible. But the rotation, the transition is working at least. So now I just need to make sure that that prop is getting a value. So the knob is rendered by the panel. Oh god, what is that formatting? Knob props. So knob props is already being passed through from the top level component. Knob props. Lol. I won't explain what knob means in Irish lingo. So if I've got the debugger up, can I show my face on camera? If I switch that up. There you go. Lovely. Okay, so at this point we need to add knob props. So button props is one of the props we're giving, right? What is knob props? Fuck. Okay, so button props was just a bad name. Button props. Just going to rename all of these to knob props. Actually, so that's why I called it that, because knob props was the outer value. New solves every problem. Okay, so for loading, yeah. So I guess we'll just need like left rotation and right. Oh my god. Rotation. And I think, yeah, we only need rotations when we're playing. It's almost a bug if they persist on the other steps. So at the play step, rotation is left rotation. This one, rotation is right rotation. Why does it not like that? Knob props. Oh. Why is it exporting its own one and not just using the knobs props interface? That's the one we'll use. That was dumb. So that's coming from up here. Get rid of that. Everywhere that was using knob props can just use the existing value that exists in the knob component. Lovely. Why is this showing an error? Side is specified more than once. If I move this after, then it's fine. Okay. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought TypeScript would complain about that. Kind of smart. Gives a way to catch some bugs, but still kind of annoying. So that's already being imported. So I need to get rid of that import. And then re-import it from the correct source. So that's the problem with using that shared interface, is having some things marked as required and some marked as not. It shouldn't be required. Side. Why does it need to know? Oh, okay, I guess it does need to know, because it changes how it's rendered. So side is required. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to using the dedicated, or what is it? The the duplicated interface over here. But what it's going to do is it's going to extend knob props from knob. Oh, what am I doing? There it is. That's the one I got rid of. Export knob props extends. So what do I call it? Panel knob props. Oh, extends knob props. The only difference being that side is optional. Oh. You know what? I won't even make it optional. I'll just omit it. How do I omit while extending? TypeScript extend omit. Okay. So this, and it'll just be an omit knob props and omit the side attribute. We good? Equals TypeScript interface omit. So does this have to be a type, basically? Okay. Panel knob props. Cool. So that's that. And now over here, instead of this being knob props, it's going to be panel knob props. So it's the exact same thing, with the one exception being that it doesn't have the side property. Cool. So left rotation. Right, and the only issue now is we need to actually define these things. Left rotation and right rotation will just be standalone state values. So const left rotation, set left rotation equals use state 0. And same thing for right. Cool. So that should work. Only thing that's left now is to actually set the rotation at the point of a new message coming in that's changing the coordinates. So big question is, how the hell do Etch-a-Sketches work? Like which knob controls which direction? How Etch-a-Sketch works. I was thinking that as well, yeah. Wait, you were thinking left is up and down. I was thinking the opposite. Okay, so we're watching an Etch-a-Sketch how-to video. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Left is left and right. Oh. It is snowing. It's snowing outside. Like the tiniest little white specks, but something. Fun. So yeah, the left knob is horizontal, the right knob is vertical. And yeah, so turning the right knob left is down, right is up. Cool. Research done. So how do I actually derive that? So I say so we got new coordinates at the point of being in this function that we know we have coordinates. So we want to see if we've moved on the x-axis, and we want to see if we've moved on the right axis, on the y-axis, because both can happen within a single message. So let us see. How would I check that? Previous chords. Prev chords equals updated chords. Updated chords dot length -1. So if new chords 0, did I do, what is the chords type? Yes, just an array. Cool. New chord 0 is greater than prev chords 0. This is probably going to be a dumb set of conditions. I might need to reword them. But if new chords x is greater than, then it means that we've gone down, I think, because this is top left indexed. So it means we've gone down, which means we want to rotate the one on the right anti-clockwise. And I think the way rotations work, oh, I'll need to check that actually. I need to see when you transform a thing with a rotation, does incrementing the value rotate it clockwise or anti-clockwise? I think it might rotate it anti-clockwise. Transform, rotate 0 deg. Now this is going to be real hard. I need to look in real closely to see what way it's rotating. Okay, yeah. Going up in value is rotating it to the right. Pretty certain, unless it's that optical illusion with like car tires spinning. Maybe, do you know what I'll do? Do you know what I'll do? I'll fucking zoom in so we can all see. Okay. This should help with the optical illusion and also allow you guys to see. Cool. So when the value goes up, the wheel spins to the right. The value goes down, wheel spins to the left. Perfect. Why is it not giving me the option to reset my zoom level? Okay. It won't ask any more questions about that. Everything's happy. Everything's fine. So here we were. The new value is higher. Set right rotation by multiplier. Does that sound good? We might need to have like an additional multiplier as like a rotation multiplier that multiplies by the overall scale multiplier, but this will be fine for now. Multiplier old plus. I just want to compare these two implementations and see which one reads nicer. Prev chords 0 plus Does that make sense at all? Why is this not happy? Old value plus I don't think this reads any nicer. So we're saying return the old value plus something, and that something is the new number greater, in which case use the multiplier, else use the negation of the multiplier. I think the original implementation just reads a lot cleaner. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. And we'll do the same thing for over here. So in this case, number 1 means we're dealing with the y-axis. So this should have been left rotation anyway. Instead of old value, should have been old rotation. Still generic, but less so. This one's the right rotation. It's using that side. I think this just makes sense. I think this works. Let's see if we can actually see anything happen. So I'll make this... You know what I'll do? Purely because it's a bit small to see. I don't know if I actually want to make the buttons permanently, the knobs permanently bigger. Because we don't want them to be front and center. We want the drawing to be front and center. But I will just like zoom everything in for now. So this should be working. So I'll test it down. I wasn't looking. So I'm going to go right. So I would expect the left knob to rotate to the right now. Oh, it did. Oh, it did. Down. Oh, it's working. Right. Up. I'm in the way again. Okay. So down. Up, down. So that does nothing. Just down. Did it happen? I wasn't looking again. Wasn't looking in the right place. Right. Oh. That's nice. Very nice. I'm very happy. Don't know how well it's coming across on camera. I'll make it even clearer so that everyone can see. No, that's the opposite of what I want. There we go. So when I type right, the knob goes right. I type left, the left knob goes left. I type up, the right knob goes left. I type down, right knob goes right. I'm just real chuffed with that. Not gonna lie. I might be done for the day. I'm very happy with that. What I will do, I'm going to reset the size of this. I'm going to commit these changes. And I'm going to take the dog on a very brief walk. I'm going to keep the stream going just to get my my stream hours up, basically. And to keep the VOD even longer than it needs to be. But I will be back after a brief dog outing and a pee and a coffee. We'll find some way to occupy ourselves. Stay golden if there's anyone actually watching. And I'll be back soon. Apologies for that extended delay, everyone who is not watching. Weirdly, it seemed that while I went away, I got an extra viewer, went up from 2 to 3, and now we're back down to 1. So this is where I want to be. So where I want to be. I don't want those fakers. Don't want those those lurkers. It's just us. It's just the core audience. Me. No, but in all reality, all fairness, just noticing some white fluff on the mic. Hope you like that ASMR. Yeah, had to take the dog out, and it was raining. No, it was snowing a second ago. It's completely stopped. Now it's just rain. But first snow, well, of the year, but for like the past year. The past, like, it's been about a year since it snowed, if not more. It's been way too warm lately. Even on like Christmas Day, I was in like a wife beater and shorts because I couldn't fathom wearing slippers and a big dressing gown. Just way too goddamn warm. And this is England. I really thought it was going to be way colder when I moved here. But before the break, we were playing around with our Etch-a-Sketch bot. Very briefly showing what we had going there. Where is the window I want? Over here. I'm gonna stop showing you what I was Googling. This is the Etch-a-Sketch bot we were playing with. And this, I think, is still listening to the Twitch chat. And what we had done previously was get these little knobs going nice, rotating as we want. What I think I might actually do is make them bigger without trying to make the whole panel bigger. So I think, yeah, have I reduced their size here? If I make them that much bigger. Aha. So that's just setting the button size. So what if I scale everything? Here it is. Okay, so I'm padding it. So I think if I pad it less, then the buttons get bigger. Awesome. I think that kind of broke the actual image asset. Oh, you can't see that. I'll make this a size that you can actually see. Yeah, it's kind of basically the way these knobs are working. There's like an image of a knob, and then there's the image of the inner part of the knob, because I don't want the entire thing to rotate. I just want the bevel with the actual lines in it that we could see if it's rotating. So they're stacked, absolutely positioned in that way. So if I make the buttons bigger, if I give this 0 padding, is that too big? I don't think it is. I don't think it's too big. If anything, they could be a bit bigger. But that's a discussion for another day. I think we'll keep padding like that, and we'll just try to make these overlaying bits a bit nicer. Is it here that I've made that be the case? Yeah. So I make these 75. Could it go even bigger? 80. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Although I'm not sure. Should be bigger. Because I think it looks a bit fake now, and it didn't before. So I'm not sure where the sweet spot is. I think it was already hitting a weird point at 75. So let's go with that. 75. I think I need to adjust the positioning of it. Will this change that? No, that moves the whole... That moves the whole container. I think that's fine, actually. I'll just make the button actually big enough to match that. So the button, I don't know, 92%, 94. Let's go with 95 and then be happy. I'm very happy. Cool. So those buttons are now a bit bigger. So let's see if we can tell if I actually use the bot, will it come through at all visually? So I'm going to say down. Let's type down into chat. So we should see the right knob move to the left. I think if anything, it moved to the right. Yeah. So I might have that one backwards. Yeah, I think I do have the right knob backwards. Where am I controlling that now? So here I'm saying that if new y value is greater than added on, but we're going downwards with our coordinate system. So we're starting at 0, 0 up here. So if it's going down, then the coordinate is greater. So this is the down value, which means we want this to be negated. There we go. I really gotta fix this where hot reload kicks us out of the session. I don't think it would actually impact anything other than... Oh. So the clear button does work. So that's something. I just didn't account for the fact that logging out doesn't clear the local lines. Don't think I have to worry about it too much. Yeah, it's great. So yeah. So does it still work? If I go down, oh, wrong computer. If I go down into chat, oh, undefined. Why is that? Hopefully that was just a hot reload issue. Down. Okay. It was. I hope. Right. Down. And it's drawing a line. And what I didn't check was if the rotation's working. Right, down. So I'd expect the left knob to move to the right and the right knob to move to the left. Cool. Seem to be doing it. Nice. So what I want to check now is adding a multiplier. Actually, what I'll do is set a background image. That's something that really needs to be done so that it doesn't completely break when we use dark mode. I guess it doesn't have to be a background image, it can just be the correct color for it. So let's sketch, get a rough idea of what color this should be. Power toys. There's a way to grab my screen color. Color picker. Windows Shift C. Beautiful. Okay. So there's my hex value for the background color of my Etch-a-Sketch. And I'm just going to see before I stick it into the code, I want to see, does this actually work? Does it look good? Where's my grid? Okay, there's the SVG. Say background color. That. Yep, thought that would be the case. So now I need to give it a negative margin. Margin minus 20 pixels. Ooh, that doesn't work. Why does that not work? Oh, it's overflowing the bounds of the grid. That'd be why. So I can't put it on the SVG. I have to put it on the grid. I think that makes sense. Background color. There. Okay. Looks legit. I'm not getting any weird transparency issues at the edges of the panel. It seems pretty good. I think I just need to, like, it's sort of overflowing at these transparent points. Can I put a round, like a border radius just on the background? CSS background border radius. I don't think I can, but I should hopefully be able to hit a point that the border radius just works for the whole thing anyway. Because basically when I made the cutouts, these images here, I got that rounded corner consistent by just using a straight up circle. So border radius is 50 pixels. So that's too much. Dial that back. Okay. I'm going to zoom in real close so that, because I don't want to cut off any of this unnecessarily. Cool. 29 pixels exactly. We'll stick that on the grid. Where is that? That's in the panel component. This is panel grid. So we'll put that on the class over here. And it's already got overflow hidden, so that's perfect. Awesome. Now, even if, oh, that looks great with the white text. It just looks a lot more legit. So if I switch over to dark mode now, I still have to just go to the home page to make that happen every time. But, oh, /Twitch. Okay, so we're in dark mode and it still works. The text is a bit too light, but I'll probably be customizing the text rendering in there anyway, because I want it to be styled up to kind of look like the Etch-a-Sketch. That's my intention. Maybe that's something I could play with now, is make the text input render as though it's like actual lines on the Etch-a-Sketch. But yeah, that seems to be working. Dark mode. We're all good. Cool. And how do the lines look? I assume they'd look fine. Down. Right. Sweet. I'll just commit that. Background color to sketch. Cool. So yeah, one thing I do want to do is make these buttons look better. I literally just stuck some boring ass text on them and it doesn't look great. I'm not sure how to make it clear what they do and have it look nice. Oh damn, it's Diego. Thank you so much for the follow. I heard the alert come through, but I did not see it on the overlay. Hopefully I didn't mess that up. Let me see if I can make that happen again. Okay, yeah, I'm hearing it. Where did I put that? Twitch alerts. Aha, they're rendering off the canvas. Okay, do it again now. There's your follow. Now you're immortalized in the VOD for this. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you. Feel free to, like, while I've got this thing open, you're able to play Etch-a-Sketch. If you write any message into Twitch chat with up, down, left, or right, you'll actually be interacting with this little Etch-a-Sketch panel. Ideally, like, maybe down the line, multiple people even will be watching, and we'll be able to do mad stuff, draw full Mona Lisa stuff in here. But yeah, for now it's just us. And very happy to have you. So what was I going to do now? Want to stylize the input in here because I think I need to improve the styling of this whole thing. I need to add the multiplier. So maybe what I'll do is see if Mantine has any off-the-shelf component that will be like a nice like scrollable numeric input. I feel like they won't. I might have to make something myself. Or just have it be a boring, like, text input. Sorry, whiny dog. Gotta lean down and pet her from time to time. So, where is Mantine core? Inputs. So I'm just gonna go through what Mantine has here, see if any of it would be at all applicable to what I want. Actually, I should just get a reference up of what I want. Like a clicker counter. Oh my god. Clicker counter. One of these kind of things. I'm kind of looking for something like that, where it's like a spinning number system that you could, in theory, like swipe up or swipe down to reveal, to be able to pick a thing. Maybe like a date picker has that kind of thing. But not many. Maybe like mobile date pickers tend to have that kind of a swipeable, scrollable thing. I feel like Mantine won't just have that off the shelf, but we'll see. Just input. What do they got? Number. Where's a number input? Give me something. Number input. Something fun. Come on. I might just stick in a boring ass number input and then see about making a fun selector down the line. Just to get it working, basically. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna stick a number input in there. So that would be in our panel, which will always be rendering. Yes, we're going to give this the magnifier and set, not magnifier, multiplier. Multiplier is multiplier. Set multiplier. Set multiplier. Okay. Oh, I got rid of that value. Where is that defined? You're up here. Multiplier. Set multiplier. Cool. So now the panel component just needs to accept those and actually do something with them. Multiplier is a number. And set multiplier is a react dispatch react set state action of type number. I'm always so chuffed with myself when I remember that full syntax. Sorry, my dog is so needy right now, even though I just took her out. I just took her out, just gave her all the attention she needs. But she just has this habit of, like, for 20 hours of the day, crying. Whenever she's not getting, or actually, no, even when she is getting attention, she'll just sit there crying. And it kind of breaks my heart. But she's just standing there looking at me crying. She does not like that I'm on stream. But honestly, even if I were sitting on the couch with her or playing with her or something, she'd just be crying as well. So I'm just gonna have to grin and bear and hope that Rosie plays with the dog. Last few minutes probably made me seem like a bad person, but moving on. Set multiplier and multiplier are now accessible through props. So we're gonna overlay this on. Okay. I need to play with the dog. I be back in like 2 minutes. Apologies. back again. Apologies for the repeated breaks. I think I mentioned earlier in the stream, needy dog and cohabiting in a 1-bedroom flat where I'm using the living room to do this is a little problematic. But we're working through. There's just painting going on next to me now. So if I keep looking over to the left, that's why. So before that little break, what I was doing was adding a multiplier input into the Etch-a-Sketch. So we got the Etch-a-Sketch thing here, and I want to be able to change the multiplier that's currently hard-coded over here. When I say multiplier, I mean the scale of the impact that happens when a single message comes through. So yeah, what I was saying was down the line, I want a nice, fun component that has like a swipeable-esque interaction, or like a click through, like a number, like one of these clicker counters, something like that. But for now, just to make it work, I'm going to use just a number input from the Mantine library, which is the UI library that I'm using for the website. So I'm just going to grab this and hope that it's got a really, really simple interface. Going to resize these windows. It's just rabid dog noises happening behind me. I don't know if I hope that the mic is or isn't picking them up, because it just kind of seems like I'm laughing at nothing, but yeah. Anyway. So in here, where is the right segment? So we've got this guy over here is the image for the right segment. Before I forget, what I'm going to do is make all of the segments not interactable. So how do I do that again? It's basically the number, the issue I'm having is that if you drag one of these, you can like reveal the image underneath. You can drag it, and we don't want any of that happening, because people will be clicking around on inputs and stuff on these. So I'm just going to check stop image dragging. Further. Okay. Just a dog threw her ball right at the TV screen, apparently. Okay. So, yeah, I want to disable drag. So I'm just going to grab all of these things and I'm going to do it to every image in here. Image, disable all these drag events. And that'll help with both the actual core assets of the Etch-a-Sketch and also text, hopefully anyway. Did that save? Did that go through? That's not working. Image user select. None. Did that work? No. That's doing nothing. Pointer. Could just do pointer events. Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of working. It's still selectable, which I guess leads to this one. So I'm going to get rid of selection, dragging, and pointer events. I'm just going to do a whole hog. Go all of these. So get rid of. I don't know which of these, if any, I need, but let's just assume that they're not hurting anyone. Pointer events, none. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I can't drag on any of these, and I can still click the buttons, and it's not getting any ghost selection. Awesome. Nice. And I can still hit these elements with tabbing. That's cool. although tabbing has now allowed the page to scroll, and I don't want that to be the case. So refresh. Cool. Nice. So what was I doing before that? I was adding the thingy number input over here. So how was I going to do that? This is the middle right segment, so I'll wrap this in a container div. Just name styles dot child container. That's not what I want. Middle right wrapper. Move that in there. Segment. So yeah, that doesn't need any absolute positioning or anything. Now here I'll add, whoa, what was I going to add? Number input. I'll let that auto import. I'll just grab him. Stick that there. Import handlers ref. Number input handlers. Yeah, I don't think I want that. Just give me the most basic version. Increment, decrement. Come on. Okay, what are the most basic props? Props. Oh my god, why is the API for this so unnecessarily complex? On change and value. That's all I need. Cool. Label. Do I want a label? Screw it. I'll leave it in there. Multiplier. Placeholder. No, thank you. Value is going to be props.multiplier. On change, it's going to be props.setMultiplier. Why is that not liking that? Screw it. On change, new value, props.setMultiplier, new value. Nope, does not like that. Is this a string? String or number? Why is it optional? Guess I'll just say parse int. What if I parse int or parse float? If you call parse float on a float, what happens? Parse float 1.5. Why does that keep happening? Okay, it works. So I can just say parse float value. Doesn't like it. What? Oh. So it's not letting me pass a number to parse float, even though it's perfectly fine to, which is awesome. I could just say as string. It's a bit shady. It's kind of breaking TypeScript, but I think it works. I don't need a min. Actually, no, I do. Minimum is 0. 0.1. Step, I'm going to say if value is... Yeah, if the value is... That's what I'll do. I'll work out the steps depending on what the current value is. It could be fancier down the line, but for now, I'll just keep it as, oh shit, just saw Andrew Doodoo. Thank you. First time in chat. Welcome to the stream. Basically, what we are working on is an Etch-a-Sketch chat bot. So I've got this open. As you can see, if I type into chat right now, down, it starts drawing a line, right, line goes across, down. So yeah, while that's open, if you want to type up, down, left, or right, you'll start drawing a line on my screen. So I'll keep that open. And what I'm working on right now is adding a little input to the right over here, just to add a multiplier so that if people want, a single message to go 100 pixels down, they can. Yeah, glad you think that's cool. Adding this to my website, LocalBoast, and adding the core Twitch chat functionality to my React library, LocalBoast, which is not very well documented right now, but yeah, I'm just kind of working on it on stream, seeing if anyone takes an interest in it. So yeah, glad to have you. So yeah, I was adding the number input over here. Ooh, I also just saw we had a YouTube viewer for a second there. They're way more rare. Thank you so much for the follow. God damn. You're the second Twitch follower today, which I think this is only my third stream. First stream, I got a Twitch follower. Second stream, I got a YouTube subscriber. And today, I'm now on 2 Twitch followers, which is insane. At that level, by later in the week, I might even have double digits. That's insane. Oh, Andrew Doodoo. Okay. That was you on YouTube. So do you go by a different name? Are you the one who sent me that email game? Or was that a different person? Oh, sorry, that was you on YouTube, as in you were the viewer. Gotcha. Oh, thank you so much for the subscription. I think the YouTube notifications are way slower, so that might come through as an alert soon. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, glad to have you anyway. Feel free to contribute in chat all you like. I'm gonna keep messing around with this code and stuff. So what I was doing with the step. Oh, thank you for looking at the GitHub. Yeah, it's a fortunate timing because I think yesterday I actually added some readmes explaining what the project even is. Because until yesterday, despite having been working on this for a good while, it still just had the placeholder that, like, when you run vite create app, it just like spits out a readme of like, this is a placeholder script. And that was just the public image of what I've been working on. So yeah, hopefully I remembered to commit that readme and you actually saw some info. Yeah, thank you so much for clicking on the links and looking into this stuff. Hope to keep seeing you back. I'm intending anyway to do these streams like 3 times a week, aiming for Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But as I've only started last week, that's all very changeable. Yeah, very welcome. Okay, so what I was doing with the step over here on the number input, I think by default it should go up just by 1, let's say, unless the current value is less than 1 or equal to 1, at which point the stepper, I'll make it go down by 0.1. I think that makes sense. So I'll say if props.multiplier is less than or equal to 1, then I'll make the step 0.1, otherwise I'll make it 1. I probably want, maybe down the line, have that also go the other direction, where if you increase it past like 10, maybe you'll want each increment to go up by like, 20, 30. But for now, we'll see if this makes sense. So there's your steps. I don't know why it's rendering all the way down there. Did I just put this on the wrong container? I don't think so. I just haven't given it an absolute position. That makes sense. So class name, styles dot, what do I call it? Number multiplier input. I'll give a new class name for that to make it absolutely positioned. Set 0. Will that be enough to make it float where I want it to float? No, not at all. Oh, because I didn't add this there. Yeah. So what was it? Middle right wrapper. There we go. So yeah, by giving that wrapping part of the grid relative positioning, now I'm able to absolutely position this guy in there. And so that's working, but it's not inset to the middle. If I give it margin auto, nah, of course that wouldn't work. Display flex, any of this? No. If I make these guys display flex, justify content, center, align items, center. This could break other stuff that I don't want it to. That's not even fixing this issue. It's one of these things in web development. For some reason, like no matter how awkward you're trying to go, no matter how simple or difficult you're doing, just even the most basic stuff like centering an element inside another element can just be the biggest head wrecker. So is the problem? So it is filling the whole height. Is that what's giving me issue here? If I give it margin auto, there we go, and don't inset it. So by giving it inset 0, it was getting a height of the full container, which we don't want. Yeah, that seems to be working now. Input's way too big though. So can I give it a width? Actually, does the input take a width prop? Width. No, doesn't seem to. Okay, who do I have to resize? Can I resize this? Width 20 pixels. Okay. That seems to work. Basically, I'm going to make this look nicer somehow. Right now, I just want to sort of add functionality in. So I'll just say the immediate div, give it width 65. Does that work? Refresh the page and there it is. Cool. So the multiplier is 10. I can put it up by single digits. If it goes down to 1, then it starts going down by only 0.1. Awesome. Okay, so I'm getting some rounding float issues. Typical. That's fine. We'll make it nicer down the line. To see if it even works. Let's see. So leaving it at 10, which is the default. I say down, goes down by that much. If I reduce it to around 2, because this multiplier thing is completely untested. Oh, yeah, seems to work. Right, down. Nice. And if I were to say 100, now it has a massive impact. Right. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, we probably don't want it to be 100, but it's user input. They can have it set to whatever they want. I think 10 makes sense for now. And yeah, I'll have to think about how I want the input for that to look, because just having the up and down buttons is kind of shitty, especially when it comes to the rounding point, the float issues. But yeah, for now it's got the functionality in there. That's all that matters. Commit that. trying to get into the habit of committing more regularly. Add real basic. Where am I even typing? There. Number input. Cool. So I'm trying to think of what even the other thing I was gonna surface in here was. Because we've got the multiplier, we've got the ability to clear. I was gonna add the ability to move the starting point. So let's think about how I want to go about that. So I'm thinking that, like, basically for context of what I want to do. Say you've got a clear board. It is not very clear right now where the starting position is, and also there's no way to configure it. Right now it's just some arbitrary dot on the screen. And some arbitrary dot. It's not clear where it is, and the user can't change where it is without just spamming messages into chat and then clearing the board. So I want to be able to just see very clearly where the dot is, and then ideally be able to move it anywhere within the bounds. That also reminds me that I have not established any bounds for this. So if, like, to test, if I say up, looks like, okay, I need to refresh the screen. Hot reload. So like if I make a change to the code, it seems to like break everything and I need to refresh the page. So yeah, I haven't set any bounds. So if I say right, he goes there. But then if I go up, he goes off the canvas. Up, right, down, down, down. Yeah. So it was still existing, but it was just off the screen. So I'm not going to mess around with that just yet. But I think basically what I'll have to do is, at the point of establishing translating a message into a new coordinate, I need to make sure that those coordinates are within the bounds. And when it comes to resizing the window after a line has already been drawn, I think screw it. It's just, we're going to have to clamp it. If it's going off the screen, it's going off the screen and it won't be rendered. And if the current coordinate is off the screen, I guess at that point we need to just round it up to the nearest, like clamp it to the nearest point that is on the screen. So yeah, we'll mess around with that later. For now, what was I going to do? The starting position. So I think what I can do here, what I should do here, it's very easy for me to know in the code if we have any lines drawn, because if the array of like coordinates only has a single value, then that means that we just got the starting position. And therefore we should show some sort of prompt, some sort of indication of what the starting position is. So I think in the play step, I'm going to have this be conditional. What I'm going to do is stick in just some value const has drawn line equals, and I'll just say is props.line chords dot length is greater than 1, because it shouldn't ever be an empty array. So we should at least have a length, one item in the array, and it will get bigger. But if it's one item in the array exactly, then it means that we've just got the starting coordinates, and therefore nothing will be drawn on the screen. At which time we will do a little, just I guess a dot. That's my plan. So let's see. So we'll just make this conditional. So I'll just say has drawn line. Otherwise, we'll render a circle with or x being props.line chords 0, 0. And the same thing for or y. that, but using the Y value. And then we'll make it, I don't know, 5 pixels wide, 10. Let's see. Or is it just or for the radius? I was messing around with SVGs a lot yesterday, so I've kind of got this stuff in my mind, but I need to refer back to the docs. So it's CX, CY, and OR. So our OR will just be 5. And that. Ooh, where's my error? Okay. Aha. Cool. That's undefined. Why is that undefined? Is that just a hot reload issue? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's kind of working. Problem is, it's going, because it's at the 0, 0 coordinate, it's off canvas by default, or at least half of it is. So I think I'll just change the default start coordinate. Ooh. Actually, do you know what? Maybe I should increase the Z index. Does that make sense? Because if people are able to drag it to 0, 0, you wouldn't want it to be cut off like that. That's what I'll do. I'll make the SVG have a higher Z index only if we haven't drawn a line. That way the starting point can be rendered above the whole thing. But if we do have a line to draw, it'll render under, and it won't like overlay the actual border of the Etch-a-Sketch. Cool. So I will just give this an inline style. Giving it a Z index I don't actually think will help unless I give it the right position. But I'm never certain about that, so I'm just going to try it. Z index is has drawn line, undefined, else 999. Always kind of shitty to do that, but it's the kind of thing that works. It just kind of works, so it's like hard to argue not just fudging the Z index up really high, at least until you hit multiple things that need a high Z index. Like if I get to the point of having a header on this page that expects to have the highest Z index, then it'll start to get awkward, but for now I'm not going to worry too much about it. So it is good. It does have a Z index, but it won't do anything because it's got static position. So if I give it position relative, in theory that works, but not in practice. What if I give it an even higher Z index? I don't think that's going to solve the problem. What if, which of these do work? None of them. Sticky. That's interesting. Display. Will that change anything? Maybe this is something I should just fudge around with off stream. Because yeah, I definitely want this to be able to render above the regular canvas, because especially when it comes to the point of being able to interact with it, it might have like a little glow animation to it to suggest that you can drag it. And I definitely don't want that being cut off by the bounds of this thing here. Yeah, Z indexes are one of those things. I had a coworker explain to me once the nuance of having the multiple of like how Z indexes work, and it only works within the stacking context that they're currently in. And so like no matter how high a Z index you give something, it won't go above something that's in a higher stacking order. I think it's something like that. I'm kind of obsessing about this now. So I think it might also be getting cut off Actually, if I just say overflow visible, this probably won't work. Yeah. Thought it might not work because... oh, actually, is that a thing that just SVGs inherently can't be drawn outside of their own bounds? Is that what's going on? If I pad this... yeah. I think that's what was happening. Okay, so I'm drawing on the SVG, but the contents of the SVG were outside of the SVG tag itself. So it didn't matter how high a Z index I gave it. Right. So overflow visible. Which of these did I need for that to work? All of it? Oh. Which of these am I allowed to get rid of? Display on set. Don't need that. Overflow visible. Okay, so I need that one in there. Weird. So if I give it padding and then a negative margin, maybe that'll help me. Minus 10 pix. No. Interesting. If I pad it even more. So this time round, is it just being cut off? If I give it a higher Z index. Position sticky. No? Anyone in chat have any ideas? Are you just watching? Oh well. Yeah, that's frustrating. I'll just have to figure that out off stream. But yeah, for now I'll give it padding 10 pixels and overflow visible. Because I don't want the only usable area to be inset by like fucking 20 pixels or whatever that is. So I don't even need this to be conditional anymore. Just overflow visible. Padding 10. Cool. So that's... if I refresh the page, start watching chat, we get a start coordinate. And then if I start actually drawing a line, it draws the line and gets rid of that circle. Cool. If I clear it, oop. Interesting. Aha. Clearing. Ah, look at you. You're the, I think, first person in chat to actually interact with this. You just drew that line. Well done. Sorry if that sounded condescending. Nice. Okay, well, while I look at the code, you try to draw your best image. Let me know if you want me to change the multiplier. But for now, it can be left at 10. So what was I going to do? This is, I don't know, this is like seeing my child take his first steps. Seeing a person across the world type into chat and see just a little staircase be drawn. It's beautiful. Cool. I've completely forgotten what I was going to do. Right, I need to look at why pressing clear breaks everything. So I think it's up here. And clear. Right, okay, so where I'm setting line chords, I need to set it to not an empty array. I need to set it to be start coordinates. Probably down the line might want it to be the current last pixel. But for now, start coordinates is fine. Start chords. And what is this? This is the memo, so this is fine. If I bust this memoization. Start chords not getting the right type. Start chords, is of type chords. Set line chords. Right, I think, yeah, it needs to be an array. Silly me. Yeah, so something you might have realized with the messaging, you can do multiple at the same time. So you can do like down, left, right in the same message, but it'll only recognize each of them once and they can cancel themselves out. So the way I've done it, where is that code? Yeah, so there's no like else or anything. It's just like each condition can be true at once. It just says if the message contains up, we're moving up. If it contains down, we're moving down. If it contains left, we're moving left. If it contains right, we're moving right. So you could say up, down, left, right at the same time, and it just won't move at all. But it will technically have gone through each of these conditions. Yeah, you can do a diagonal. I do need to tweak that slightly because basically it's going like, if you go down left, it's going down one and left one, which means that you've technically moved like 1.2 times the amount that you should because of quadratic formula or whatever. So yeah, I need to eventually like clamp that down to be the actual multiplier value, just so that you don't draw diagonally way faster than you can draw in the normal directions. But it's a pretty low priority, I think. Yeah, I wonder, are you actually drawing anything in particular, or are you just having fun drawing lines? Because I'm almost a little bit afraid of saving in case it breaks all of the code. Cool, thank you. Yeah, it's an annoying thing that, like, the way the code is set up, it's the kind of thing that I'm not even sure if I should change, because basically with React hooks, they're set up to have like set some stuff up when the component first mounts, clear it out when the component unmounts. But I've also got the local app running such that when you hit save, it like remounts the app. So that's kind of a good thing, that because it's doing what it should do. But it does mean that at the point that I hit save on the code, it reinstantiates the app, which causes the React hook that I've got in there that authenticates with Twitch to unauthenticate, because it's meant to do that whenever the component unmounts. So that's why anytime I hit save, it like kicks us out of the messaging or the actual drawing bit. But I think if I go back in there, yeah, progress is still there, because I also like a bug that's not really would never really happen in production. But if you get kicked back because of that hot reload, it doesn't call the clear function. But I think, I'm not even sure where it's going to draw from now. If it's going to go back to the top left corner or if it'll continue where it was. Let's see. Down. Oh yeah, it's continuing your beautiful drawing. Cool. And screw it, for the fun of it, I'll bump the multiplier up. I don't know why 20 is the max. I don't think I set that. Oh, there it is. Screw it. I'll just leave a max value of 100 in case anyone ever wants incredibly basic shapes to be drawn, basically squares. Default value, I don't want that because I'm giving it a value. It's going to be a controlled component. Yeah. So one of the things that I did want to look at is stylizing the input within the thing. Basically, if I'll open another session, or I was going to attempt to anyway. Yeah, so this is basically just like placeholder stuff in there. I think, yeah, even though I don't have the tab open, I think it's still processing. so you can still be drawing in this other tab I've got open. So yeah, this is basically just placeholder text, just stuck like a default label in there with a Mantine text input. I think that might even not be a Mantine one, I'm not sure. And it doesn't look great, especially when everything else I've tried to be all styled up as much as possible. I think it'd be cool if... I have no idea how possible this will be other than like doing it in Photoshop and bring it in here as an image. But I think it would be cool if we could have the actual input look as though it's text that's been drawn on the Etch-a-Sketch. I don't know if a font exists that will work with that. I definitely don't want to have to think about like dynamically rendering that with an SVG. But I think it would just be so cool if it was like, if it like blinked like a little input on the screen that looked as though it was a text input that also looks like it's been drawn on the Etch-a-Sketch. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea how achievable that is. It might be the kind of thing that I need to play around with off stream. But yeah, it's something to think about. For now, I might just play around with adding some style overrides to this input and see what I can do with it. Sorry. I used to do all my development in Chrome, and then purely out of like stubbornness and like determination to use hard mode, I switched over to Firefox because there's a bunch of stuff with web development where it's like it works perfectly in Chrome, but it's completely broken in Firefox. That's why apparently a lot of people don't use Firefox for that reason, is that so many of the websites they go to just aren't built right. Does the drawing state get cleared? It currently does get cleared. Right now, none of it is being stored in cookies. The only thing that is being stored in cookies is like this, what channel to watch, that, and the access token is persisted. So the actual lines aren't. It wouldn't be hard to do that though. So I could, and probably should, do that. And you know what? I'll do that now while I'm talking, because that'd be a good thing to get in there. Where would be a good place to do that? So whenever this value changes, we could persist that. Although no, it's probably at the point up top where we're persisting it in state. We could derive the initial value. So line chords. How will I do this? So I'll make a function that just gets persisted lines, and that's what I'll call it. Persisted lines. And I think I have a constant full of these local storage values. Twitch constants here. Export const. Twitch. Actually, sketch lines. Sorry, I obsess a lot about naming. Put way more thought into naming things than actually implementing them. I'll be... Sorry, where I used to work, the product was called Landing Pad, and we prefixed a lot of things with like LP. So like LP cookie, blah, blah, blah. So now when I go to type LB for LocalBoast, I just instinctively type LP. LB sketch lines. That'll be our cookie name, or not cookie, our local storage name. And if we have that, we'll use that. Const persisted lines string. So the way local storage works, it stores and retrieves everything as a string, which means we'll have to parse it if there is one. Get item constants. What are they called? Twitch constants. Oh, it's not actually a module. It's just the direct reference there. Okay, so we've got potentially our string, so we'll see if it exists. If persisted line string, try. I'm gonna have to try to parse this because parsing strings into JSON is very problematic at times if it's at all improperly formatted. So try. Well, set up the value to actually return get initial coordinate data. That's probably more fitting. Get initial coordinate data. Chords. And I'll just give that the value that we pass in, which will be the start chords fallback. That'll be a single chords item. Start chords fallback. I'll return that. Oh my god. I tried to type that word like 4 times. So if we have a persisted string, I'll try to parse it and set it as chords as json.parse persisted lines string catch it really doesn't matter what happens in this catch because like it's not critical if we aren't able to parse the persisted string, we just don't use it. And I could, yeah, I guess if we catch an error, I'll just clear the item. I'll clear the storage. That can basically be the only time that we clear it, because otherwise we'll set it. Like we'll set the value to the new value, but only when we actually get an error will I. What is the name of the function? Remove item. Yep. Remove item. Failed to parse. Persisted drawing. Just clear persistence. Cool. So now when we're getting our initial state over here, instead of just passing it the empty or the array with the start chords, call this function and give it the start chords as like the fallback. Does that make sense? Doesn't like type signatures. Function that returns chords is not assignable to type chords or a function that returns a chords array. Aha. Start chords fallback. Right, there we go. It needs to be an array that contains the fallback. Is that okay now? This is still showing an error. Where's the error? Chords is not assignable to type number. Did I do that? Oh, right. I didn't need to pass it in as an array. There we go. Cool. So now we're retrieving the persisted line data, but we're not setting it anywhere. So at this point, when we're here, is where we establish that we have new lines that we're updating in the state. Is that still going? Oh, I think I cleared the state on this one as well, sadly. Okay. That should be ready to go if you want to start doing. I'll kick you off. Down right. Okay, so at this point is where we establish that we have new chords to stick into the state. So this point, I'll persist it. Or would it be cleaner just to have a use effect dedicated to that? I think it probably would, because that would also work for when we clear the coordinates. So I'll just add in a use effect somewhere that makes sense down here with the rest of the use effects. Use effect. So whenever I've forgotten my own name, like my own names for these things, not my own name. So what is the thing called? Line chords. Whenever this changes, local storage set item line chords JSON.stringify line chords. Does that work? I need to give it. What was that constant called? Yes. Persist any line changes to ls. Okay, I killed it again. But now it should remember. Hopefully. Let's test. Down right. Down right. Now I'll refresh this and see if it's written it to local storage. Fingers crossed. Yes, it has. Awesome. Thank you for suggesting that. I don't even think I've thought about that for like a week or two since I started working on this. So I did at one point know that I needed to put that in there, but I completely forgot how important it was until someone actually started using it. Cool. Right. And now is a question of what was I working on before I thought of doing, or before you reminded me to do that? Genuinely no idea. Oh, it was the starting position. Moving the thing. The code that I do to integrate to Twitch chat. Yeah, I can show that. So before diving like knee deep into the awkwardness of the code, I will say that it's all on GitHub at LocalBoast. So github.com ConnorKelleher/LocalBoast. So that's in here. And it's, I don't have it documented on the storybook yet, but it's so it's under hooks and use Twitch chat. So there's a bunch of different hooks in here. The main one, the main thing that is actually being used in my website in Etch-a-Sketch or Etch-Chats, this Etch-Chat sketch component, trying to find where I'm calling it. Use Twitch chat. So despite it being broken down into a bunch of different hooks, it's all being used on my front end with just this one use Twitch chat component. So let's see if I can explain at all how that works. So use Twitch chat is basically just wrapping two different main functions. So you can see that this is like a really basic function, a really basic hook. It just, when you call use Twitch chat, it calls this use Twitch chat bot auth function and the messages function. So the two things that's doing here, there's basically two steps to being able to authenticate with Twitch and read the messages through a bot. There's the step that is actually around getting an access token, which, to explain what that is, basically we really haven't had to see it at any point here because once you have an access token, my app remembers that. But if I go back further, basically the access token has been cleared out at this point. So when I click authenticate, it's making a call to Twitch to be like, whatever user is logged in on this browser, can their Twitch account authenticate with this chatbot. So that's the first thing that it's doing, is doing that initial bit, and that retrieves an access token. It comes in here. I will ramble more about how these things work, just giving a higher level overview right now. So there's that bit of actually just grabbing the access token and writing it into local storage. Once we have that, then there's the second bit about setting up the bot with like WebSockets to actually start listening out for the Twitch chat messages. So that's what only happens at this step once we have the access token. So where is that GitHub page again? Yeah, so that's what this use Twitch chat hook is wrapping. It's basically just one function that handles the authenticating. And I think for the most part, this is all done with like as little configuration needed as possible. So you can even see that what I'm calling here. So these are all just the things that use Twitch chat is returning me. If I just, ignore that and just call that stuff for now. That's the stuff we're getting back from the hook. All we're giving to the hook, this is just a handler, but again, we don't even need that for it to work. The only thing that's essential for it to work is to tell it chatbot ID. And so that's kind of the way I've written this, is to make it be as basic an API as possible. That you could just, install LocalBoast in your app, add a call to use Twitch chat and provide it a bot ID, and it'll be able to do everything else and just give you all these username, access token, handlers for actually reading and analyzing chat. That's kind of how I've gone about it. So to go back to the actual code of it, I have too many tabs open here. Yeah, so what was it you actually specifically asked? Integrating to Twitch chat. Okay, so I guess just briefly go over both of these then. So the auth bit is pretty simple. There's not too much to talk about with it. Hopefully I haven't hard-coded anything sensitive in here. Don't think I have. So when you call this Twitch chat bot auth, it sets up just a load of like stuff for like persisting references to things that we don't need to worry about too much. So what it returns is a few handlers, such as like handlers and like values of where we're currently at with it. So it's like says what it returns is like, are we currently authenticated? If we have an OAuth token, give it back as a return value. If we have a username, give it back. Are we currently authenticating? And then these two functions of just authenticate and unauthenticate. So at the point of being here, clicking this back button is calling that unauthenticate function. And clicking authenticate is calling the authenticate function. Nice and simple. What those functions are doing. Unauthenticate for the most part is just clearing down any persistent state we've got, any local storage, wipe them. So that's real basic. In terms of authentication, let's see, where have I defined that? So trigger auth, I think, is what's doing the magic of that. So I tried to put a bunch of different options here because what I wanted to do originally. So you can see when I click authenticate, is it broken? No. It pops up the authentication window as a separate pop-up. What I thought would be cool is if I could embed that as an iframe within the panel here, so that like, you're on the Etch-a-Sketch, and within the Etch-a-Sketch, there's the little like Twitch login button, and type your Twitch info into here. But as I'm describing it now, it sounds kind of sketchy because it feels like you'd be typing sensitive credentials into my app. And for that very reason, Twitch don't allow their authentication page to be embedded in other websites. So that's why the code actually has a bunch of references to like, where is the window? Is it happening in an iframe or in a pop-up or in a new tab? Basically, I could delete most of this because really the only way that I think it works is by either being a pop-up or a tab, and they're basically the same functionally. But what happens when you try to trigger the auth is, so the main thing is we open a new window and we set the href of that window, so like what the actual URL that new window should be on, to be the result of calling this function get auth URL, and that's just this twitch.tv/oauth endpoint I don't know if that's actually coming through that clearly in the stream. Sorry, I just saw how it's looking on your end. Sorry, trying to move this around. Yeah, the contrast is not coming through on my capture card. Great. But anyway, I'll zoom in just a smidge further. So yeah, basically there's just this public endpoint that allows you to authenticate a Twitch bot. So how does this happen again? Yeah, so this call, it needs a client ID, which is the Twitch bot. And that's just like on some Twitch developer console, you can just create a bot, which you don't need to give it any custom code. You don't need to tell it anything of what it is. It's just basically a user, effectively, that they have registered on their servers that anyone can authenticate as, and allow it to do things like read chat and stuff. So I've just created this really dummy bot. Passing in its client ID. That's the one thing that I was saying you need to pass in the hook. Is just what bot is going to be using this function. And so it's calling that. And the bot has to know what the redirect URI is. The URI. So this is like the one kind of awkward thing that thankfully I knew how to do from my old job where I did a similar thing. Is this sort of redirecting callbacks. And basically, it would have been great if like a single instance of the app could just make an async call, be like, authenticate, and then come back. Yeah, it's authenticated with WebSockets. So I will touch on that in a second because there's only a tiny bit left to say about the actual authentication bit. Basically, when it calls this URL, it opens up that window. If they approve of it, I've set it to call back to an endpoint on my website that does nothing other than handle access tokens. So I think it's called like Twitch auth, basically. So this entire page of my website is there to detect that Twitch have called back with an access token. If we get one, this page just sticks that access token into local storage. And then what the main page does is, once you've started authenticating, it starts polling to see if local storage has an access token in it. And once it finds one, it then automatically closes the window it opened. And then we've passed that authentication step. We now have an access token in storage. So once we have that access token, apologies for flicking around so much. So once we have that access token, then the second part of our use Twitch chat thing comes in here, use Twitch chat bot messages. I really struggled with the naming scheme on these. Especially just use Twitch chat bot, use Twitch chat bot auth. So use Twitch chat bot messages is the thing that handles the WebSockets and all the messaging back and forth. And this, for the most part, is sorry, need to correct myself. So this is like a wrapper around the thing that handles the WebSockets and stuff. So this is like a really simple component. I was wondering what this use Twitch chat bot thing was. My naming scheme confused even me. So this messages thing is just like creating some nice like join channel handler, clear chats handler, all these like the React parts that we make it work nicely in a website. And that's all wrapping around the use Twitch chat bot thing. I made my side panel go away and I don't know how to bring it back. Oh well. So we'll just navigate there directly then, I guess. Use Twitch chat bot. Now this is the guy handling all the WebSockets and actually parsing messages and stuff. So this, for the most part, I should have documented this somewhere in there. Oh, sorry, I just saw some messages come in. Have it implemented retry mechanism in case the WebSockets are disconnected. I don't think there's any retrying, really. There's a good bit of error handling that came free with the... Basically, this entire file came from the Twitch developers website. Let's see if I can find it. Twitch chatbot node example. example chatbot on the Twitch developers website. Yeah, so they've got this example code file that is very close to what I've got in my thing, but with this file, basically it is written with Node in mind, so it's expected to be run on a server, not within a browser. So it uses WebSockets, but a version of WebSockets that are specific to Node and thus don't work in a browser. It's also written in like vanilla JavaScript. So for my case, I had to firstly port it over to TypeScript. And then I also had to change up any reference to WebSockets to have it be specific to the browser API of WebSockets, which was surprisingly easy. For the most part, it was just changing up the API slightly to be that, like, instead of calling like on message of type on close, it's just on close, like very little API changes like that. But yeah, for the most part, this example chatbot has a bunch of handlers. So like one of the things is when you've got the open connection, it has a on message handler. And within that, there's a big switch statement to be like, what kind of message is it? Is it a join success? Is it join request? Is it leaving the chat? Is it a notice that you've been kicked from the chat? So there's all these things that are somewhat linked into into my current implementation as a form of error handling. There's also like a generic on error, but apparently it's kind of weird for that to happen, that it's like it always calls on error even when it works or something. So for the most part, I think for the most part, you're supposed to depend on the callbacks to the on message bit. But yeah, you can see what I've reworked it into within my the GitHub. The internet connection is disconnected for a moment. Will the WebSockets reconnected? Yeah, I'm not familiar with WebSockets either. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever worked with them. So I don't really know how they work. I don't know if it's a case that the connection has to be open constantly. Or, yeah, like I don't know at what point you get a disconnect message. I was going to say I could test it. I could turn off my internet, but that would kill the stream probably. Actually, you know what? I'm streaming from a different PC, so that should work. I'm going to test it. I'm going to see what happens. So, let's see. Down, right. Okay, so that's all still working fine. And now I'm going to put my laptop that I'm running this screen from. I'm going to turn off internet. See what happens. Okay, so I've just completely turned off Wi-Fi. I could have done an offline preset as well. I think you're talking about like in here, like simulate failing internet. Oh well. The joys of having a dual PC setup is fine. So I've completely turned off Wi-Fi and it kicked me out. Okay. So that's something to look into, I guess. So should be reconnected to the internet now, and I can rejoin. And because it's persisted the drawing, we haven't really lost anything. But yeah, so I guess that's probably what I would have expected, that there is error handling in the form of if you get an error, then it leaves the chat and tells the app that you've left, but it doesn't have any automatic retries in there. I guess it's the kind of thing that if you were like going to walk away from the computer, like if you were going to go on an hour-long break with that overlay running and having your chat interact with it, it wouldn't be great if it disconnected and didn't automatically reconnect. That's something I could try to put in, is like automatic reconnects, depending on what the reason for leaving is. Good suggestion. You're full of great suggestions. God damn, gotta keep you around. Yeah. I'm probably out of steam ranting through how this all works. But like I said, it's there on the LocalBoast GitHub. Feel free to have a look through it. Yeah, I really need to update the public version of the website with documentation Basically on my local one, I've got it set up that if you go to the app/docs, it takes you to the storybook instance. Oh, hello to El Bonbis. Definitely saying that wrong, but hey, happy to have you. Basically, to catch you up on what's going on here. I don't know how long you've been watching. How are you? I'm doing pretty good, thank you. Definitely, this is, I think, the first time we've ever had two people in chat talking. I'm afraid there's a timeout for WebSocket connection. Let's say there's no messages for 1 hour. I'm afraid WebSocket will get timeout connection. Yeah. Seeking advice as a software engineer. Okay. Advice about anything in particular, or just wanted to hear someone rant about code for a while? But Andrew, in relation to your thing, there probably is a timeout. That makes sense. So yeah, I'm wondering how I would go about extending the API with that. So like, I think having an automatic retry in there would make sense. Maybe I could have the API have like a set of error codes to be like automatically retry if this, or like a callback that on error callback, and give the option then as to whether or not you automatically retry. That could be something I do. I got lost as to say in software development, or to switch to cloud engineering or DevOps, as I coded in Laravel, JS. I found difficulties to catch my first job. I'm trying to find advices. Right. Well, Java. I'm not sure at which point Java was meant to be in there. Yeah. So I don't know how useful I'll be in terms of giving advice for like DevOps or cloud engineering, because basically Laravel, .NET, JS, Java. Gotcha. So I don't know what Laravel is. That's for a start. I have a rough idea of what .NET is. So for myself, like I've worked on a bunch of different things depending on the job. Like at my first ever job, I was I knew that I had a rough idea of JavaScript and React, and the company was mostly a front-end job, but it did involve a lot of back-end stuff. So setting up servers with Ruby on Rails and API interactions there. And so like I got a good bit of hands-on experience with back-end programming, and at my most recent job, a bunch of like DevOps stuff with, I don't even know if you'd call it DevOps, but what I would call like the boring side of programming, like being in AWS, setting up CloudFront, caching rules and all that stuff. And all I know is that despite the range of experience I've had, I know deep in myself which one I liked most, and it's definitely anything related to front end. Laravel, it's a PHP framework. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think someone else, like my first stream this day last week, I had one person in chat and they were also a Laravel developer. And I also said to them I had no idea what it was. I do have a Discord server. There is no one in it, but I will get you a link to that. We'll get that up. Yeah, so like, I'll send the link into chat now. The unfortunate bit is that there's, like I say, there's no one in there right now. I really hope a bunch of people will join soon, but or to shift towards something else. Sorry, that into chat. 1 second. Sorry, I'm running 2 PCs here, and I just realized I copied it on the wrong PC. So I gotta go find myself. Twitch.tv/LocalBoast1. Stick that into chat. There's my Discord. Yeah, feel free to join. It might take a while for anybody to respond, but I'll at least respond if questions go in there. So yeah. So what are you saying, Sins? So I don't, if I should, you don't even know if you should stick to a particular technology or shift towards something else. So did you say, like, do you have a particular job right now that has you looking at these? day and so. So you're looking to catch your first job, right? So are you like right out of university or something? Seeking your first opportunity. Yeah. So can only speak from my limited experience, wherein like I went through university learning software engineering, so came out of it with a bit of a broad idea of this stuff, but none of it particularly practical in terms of like a real work, in that like we learned about different languages, but upon leaving university we had never touched HTML, JavaScript, or a bunch of the actual modern languages people were using. You got your engineering diploma. Congrats. Yeah, so when it came to me getting my first job, it was literally just I Googled software engineering jobs near me, and the only one in the city I lived in, like there was just one tech company, and it happened to be a React tech company. And I had just dabbled with React Native a little bit as part of like a project my friends asked me to look into. So that was just like pure circumstance. Is I got that job because I was desperate and had the slightest bit of experience needed there. So in terms of like how to seek out the best job, I'm not sure how to go about it, but the best advice that I can really give is to pursue the thing that has sparked the most interest in you. Like the way I was saying that all the different jobs I've worked, I have dabbled with much more front end and much more back end stuff. And while I might be like proud of myself for doing some back end things and setting up some servers, I would like step away from it and think, wow, I never thought I would have been able to do that. But I did not like it. I did not like doing it, and it didn't feel good. Whereas, you know, spending a day just like what I'm doing on stream, just playing around with dumb front end stuff, I love that. It gives me tingles in my stomach. I love making the fun front end stuff. So in terms of like deciding what kind of career to pursue, like it's really generic advice, but like whatever thing is the least off-putting to you, I would suggest pursuing that. I think getting some internship is a good place to start software development journey. I think, yeah, absolutely. Ideally, it'd be a paid internship. I don't like the idea of doing work for any company for free, but you know, there's also a case of like, if you're really in need and don't have like that, you know, if you won't starve going a few months without pay, I don't know, if it gets you your foot in the door, it's fair enough. But yeah, I think definitely it's a classic case of having the first job makes you so much more employable in the second job. So even if it was just an internship at a tech company, that does look inherently so much better to the next employer. But I don't know, from my experience, one thing that I should say that I've had two jobs before, and both of them ended up being quite senior level things. Like the first one I came in as like a graduate and I left as a lead engineer. And the second one I basically came on as more or less senior and stayed that way. So at both of those jobs I did interviews for people at like a range of levels. So we had some people who had just gotten out of university who were looking for a job, and we also had people who were in the industry 10 plus years and I was for some reason responsible for interviewing both those kinds of people. And while it does look good to have like a really nice what word am I looking for? Portfolio of like personal things that you can show off, as well as a bunch of work experience on a resume or on a LinkedIn. The thing that we would look for the most in interviews was just passion. You know, even if someone came into an interview with no work experience, hadn't even gone through university, if they were just like so driven that they had done all this cool shit, and if you ask them a question about, oh, how do React hooks work, and they just ramble for 5 minutes about one time they looked into the source code and looking through the React GitHub page and he found an inconsistency and then he reported it, and all these things, just like a real drive for the thing and just like a fascination with the technology. That is like what we looked for, or at least myself, what I look for the most when interviewing. Because like it's great if someone has the experience and portfolio, But if they seem bored when they're talking about what they've done, that was less appealing to me. That could have just been me though. I think I was quite lenient in interviews when it came to the passion and stuff. Does that passion matter for recruiters? Like in my experience, yes. I think a lot of people will have like hard lines that they won't cross, as in like I said, I would have happily hired people at my last job who didn't have university degrees if they had the drive and the passion, etc., and also preferably a bit of experience, at least in side projects. But there were other people who were like, oh no, you can't possibly hire people who haven't gone through these certain universities. So like, it depends on the person. I think some people will be a lot more interested in just like desire and interest, and some people care more about things that you can put on a LinkedIn. But yeah, so I think it is quite generic advice, I'd say, so far. Is like the first thing I said about, what was it, pursue the thing that is the most interesting to you. Like, there is the obvious reason for that being that you want to enjoy what you're doing, but the other reason for that is if you pursue a job and like go to interview at a job that uses a technology that you're interested in, that's when you'll be able to ramble and talk about why it appeals so much to you. Like one interview I did not do well in. I interviewed once to work for like the web development team at PlayStation because they have an office in London. I thought I did really well in that interview, and they seemed to like me, partly because at one point I just kind of rambled about why PlayStation. I was considering getting a PlayStation tattoo because I had these fond memories of playing as a child, and I wound up in software engineering purely as like through like circumstance that I happened to be a web developer, and I never thought that I'd be able to use web development and combine that with my nostalgia for PlayStation, and now this is the perfect opportunity. And I was just kind of able to ramble like those kinds of passion, and like, if you hired me onto your team, I would be so happy to be there, and like just that kind of stuff. I think it really helps in an interview, showing real interest of being part of the team. Oh yeah, why did I do bad in the interview? Well, I didn't think I did bad in the interview. Sorry, my girlfriend there is asking me to follow up. I didn't think I did bad in that interview, but they never called back. So I always tell myself that they stopped hiring. They interviewed me, they loved me, but then their manager told them, no, we don't need anyone anymore. That's why. Yeah, no problem at all. All right, just catching up on your messages now. I guess I'll just code some random ideas and post that on LinkedIn. Yeah, like if you're looking for work, I think the best thing that you can be doing, other than actively pursuing interview opportunities, is just have something cool that you can point at. And that's something that I never really did before, until now at least. Like, for context, I left my job a few months ago, partly because I had enough savings to do it, and because I was kind of sick of it, and I wanted to be able to point to my GitHub page and say, this is some cool stuff I've done, and point to a website and say, this is my website, look at it. Because despite having been a full-time software engineer, web developer for like 5+ years, I didn't have a website. I didn't have anything public that I could point to and say, look, despite building a bunch of cool shit that I was really proud of, it was all being committed to a private repository owned by a company. So I couldn't talk about like really how I built it. I couldn't share the code. I couldn't, for the most part, even show like screenshots of the things that I built, because it's all proprietary software. So yeah, the one thing that I wish that I'd done more when I was younger, at like the start of my career or even before the career, was just build a cool website, or even just a boring website, and then build some cool shit into it. Just to be able to be like, you're at a pub with someone and be like, oh yeah, I work on my website. What is the website? And tell them it. They look it up on their phone, and they see, oh, that's cool. Like I had nothing to point to in that regard. Like sometimes I start thinking that I might be wasting time, and at some point it'd be difficult to find something. Yeah, like I don't know. You've said you've got a degree in engineering, right? So, like I got to imagine you're pretty hireable, even if it hasn't happened for you yet. I think you're more hireable than the vast majority of the people trying to get engineering jobs who like don't have degrees. But if it comes down to like if it's coming more down to like what you find interesting and you're not sure if you find it interesting, I don't know, like I could only, I guess, suggest trying different things. I don't know, have you ever played around with game development? There's like, that's something I used to dabble with a lot. The way you can download Unity for free. I have started so many just dumb little game projects. So like that's one where, like I say, anything front end, I've gotten so much more interest in myself than something that's just, entirely terminal based. So with Unity, that was like the perfect thing for just throw dumb ideas at the wall. You open Unity and, oh, you get a 3D world. What if I drag this cube in? Okay, what if I add a script that makes the cube spin every 3 seconds? Oh, that's cool. Went through full stack web solutions such as local file string system. Heavy back. Local file storing system. Yeah, no problem. Went through full stack web solutions. But what do you mean by that? As in, so like, as in you played around with implementing this yourself? Or like, is that like I'm not really sure. Cursus was like IT and company management, software related to management. Okay, I think I follow. But like, I guess the question is, did you enjoy working on that stuff? Did you find like, if you figured out something that was giving you problems when you were working on that, did you get this like massive sense of satisfaction at the end, kind of thing that you'd want to replicate every day for the rest of your life? Market's forcing you to switch. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Like I say, I've got quite limited experience in the actual job market, where I sort of stumbled into that first one. I had just a recruiter on LinkedIn come at me for the second one while I was still working at the first place. And then I just chose to leave that second one. So yeah, I don't actually have much experience in understanding the job market as a software engineer. But all I can say is I hope that you continue to pursue the form of engineering that you enjoy, and that it's actually beneficial to you, and that someone eventually hires you for that. Yeah, one thing that I will point out when it comes to getting the jobs, and like, I know I was talking about the hiring process earlier. What I've learned is, most jobs don't have like that clear an idea of what they're hiring for. at least in my experience, that of being working at startups. So maybe it would be a bit more mature at a more mature company. But say, like when I got my first job, they weren't even looking for a graduate. They weren't even looking for a junior. They were looking for a pretty seasoned engineer. And I just happened to email the company and they were like, we probably won't hire you, but come in for a chat. We'd like to get to know you, see what your interests are. Maybe down the line, we can look at an internship or something. And it just happened that the interview went well enough that they took me on. And similarly with the second job, while they knew they wanted like a web developer, they didn't necessarily have a clear idea of, do they want someone with a heavy focus on front end or the back end stuff? They didn't necessarily have a particular role to be filled. They just knew that they had budget to allocate to web development. The web team was a bit small, so it could have been bigger. Let's see who's good. So with that in mind, again, it won't be true for every company, but I'd say a lot of companies that are hiring, even if you don't line up perfectly with what the job spec says they're looking for, or if you went for a job, it wouldn't necessarily be that same narrow focus throughout. Because like, say when I was hired as a web developer at the most recent company, the company Gravity Sketch, it's a virtual reality app company that also has a website. And when they hired me as a web developer, they basically told me like fully just, yeah, if in a couple of months you're not particularly interested in web development and you want to switch over to the VR team, let us know. We can see about moving you in there. So again, that's probably just a very like startup vibes of just they have more money than they know what to do with. But that is just something to keep in mind, is that when it comes to actually finding the company and the role within a particular company, it's all quite fluid. That it's not like if there's a job spec that says DevOps, you wouldn't be doing just that every day for the next 5 years. Not necessarily anyway. Yeah. Ultimately, don't do something that you hate, because that's definitely how people get burnt out in software engineering. Like that was actually a thing in my university course. So many, I just realized I'm doing all this talk on such a small screen. Yeah, so many people in my university course dropped out because I think most people in there were just there for job opportunities, for the job prospects. Thank you. I'm glad you think it's better with my face bigger. It's flattering. Yeah, I think my course, computer science, had the highest dropout rate of any course in our university, because I think that was probably true, especially at the time when it's like, oh, what'll I encourage my child to do if I want them to have a good career? Software engineering. So I think my course had like 110 people or something in our first year, and by our fourth year, I think about 30 to 40 of those people were still there, because those were the 30 or 40 people who actually had an interest in software engineering, who actually had that itch that needed to be scratched by it, and the rest of the people were there just looking for jobs. So if you see yourself as one of those people who does enjoy it, I would just say that remember that pursuing the thing that's most lucrative, pursuing the area that has the jobs, I don't see that as like a particularly like a long way of keeping happy in the industry, because just so many people either drop out from it being too difficult or just drop out from it being uninteresting. And so like, yeah, if I took a job now as in DevOps, I would hate it by the end of the week. I'd want to quit. Even if I'm able to do it, I wouldn't like doing it. So just, yeah, keep that in mind. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining the chat anyway and watching the stream. Hope to see you again. But I think I will have to call it quits for now. Been streaming for about 4 hours. Longest one I've done so far. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to try to stick to my schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So might see you around later in the week. But either way, thank you so much for joining, and hope you have a great day. when will I be streaming again? It should be Wednesday morning my time. I'm not sure where you are in the world, but I think it's on my Twitch channel. I should have a schedule up there. So yeah, hope to see you then. And thank you both, as I see you're both in the chat. So yeah, absolutely have a great day. Talk to you.